second, they are getting cars pulled up.
And now, if you guys would take a look at our flags, we're going to do our Canadian and then our national anthem. And now, if you are able, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem.
And we're glad that we have a full contingent of racers that made it all the way from Canada this weekend. Our first pair of cars is getting ready to go. out of Rice Lake, Wisconsin, got the win. First win light of the day. We want to thank all the racers. We want to thank everybody for all your patience this morning with the weather being the way it was. And look at that, there's blue sky. Blue sky and sun trying to make its way out. We are running 8th mile for the first few groups. By the time we get to our dragsters and altereds, our fast cars, we will be back to quarter mile. If you've never been to an event like this before, this is a way to bring back yesteryear, I guess you could say. Racers, I want to remind you to please stay with your vehicles at the staging lane. Racers, if you can, please stay with your vehicles in the staging lanes. Unless Mother Nature calls, something like that happens and we get it. But try and stay with your vehicles, please. So what you're looking at would be a day of drag racing in 1967 at, anywhere USA. Any drag strip in the country, in the world. 1967, this is what it would be like. There's a lot of people here that have lived through it and have experienced it. Some are too young. I was born the year that hopefully we can help you forget your troubles for a little while and help jog some memories. Experience drag racing the way it was back in the day. Stephen Rice out of Muskota driving the 1961 Volvo. Here in the Fast Freddy's lane. That's right, it's a Volvo. Looks like a 40s car, but it's not. Charisma out of Rockford, Illinois, driving the 64 Oldsmobile. Gets the win light, 652 to a 690. The car show is just huge. Look at all the vehicles over there already. And a huge thank you to the Gopher State Timing Association for helping to put that on and help out with different things here throughout the day. Warren Anderson, the Krankenstein car, here in the Tower Lane. Krankenstein. And Nelson Racing out of Forester, Minnesota. $350 cubic inches under the hood. Krankenstein, I love it. Swedes Sitco service sponsored machine. Green lights all over. He's all about getting there for 637 at 107 miles an hour, and apparently he forgot that it was 8th mile. Don't forget, racers, we are running 8th mile. We are running out 8th mile. "15 seconds, 21 miles an hour in the 8th. Hopefully that 54 Chevy's okay. I don't think he's just cruising around. Look at the scenery. Hopefully everything's all right up there. And I think he's coming to a stop. He's still rolling. He's still moving. All right, track crew out there making sure that nothing was leaking out of the car. Make sure nothing happened as he made his slow run up there. Staging lanes are open, racers. Lanes are open. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you walk around and check out everything that's happening today. If you're hanging out on the spectator side of the track, you can also come over into the pit side. You can make your way over here and check out all the cool stuff in the pits. Racers, you got to make sure you have your car numbers on your vehicles. Some of them may have gotten washed off in the rain. Racers, make sure you have your car numbers on your vehicles, please. If you do not, then please find somebody with shoe polish. Talk to our tech inspectors and our staff in the staging lanes. The 1941 Champ. We're trying to figure out what that is. It's not a Champ, it's a Chevy. It's a Studebaker. That's why. 41 Studebaker with the flames on it. That makes sense now. 945 to a 9-0 for Timothy Parsons out of Watoma, Wisconsin, driving the GMC pickup truck. And take a look at this thing, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this car. It's a 1958 Chevrolet, and it's shorter than a 67 Nova. Look at this thing. It's like a 58 Chevy business coupe. Sheldon out of Pine City, Minnesota, driving that car. Bill Stolpa getting the win in the left lane, 820 to an 841. Your next pair coming up. Daniel Trum out of Blooming Prairie, driving the 1937 Chevrolet. And Quentin from Pine City in the El Camino. 37 Chevrolet pulling out ahead for the win. 767 to an 830. Well, folks, if you're interested in participating in this event, it is pre-registration only, all right? And if you want to pre-register for next year, you have to wait until, I believe, January. But there is only a certain amount of slots open for race cars. Adam King out of Northfield, driving the 1937 Dodge. That one's got a small block Dodge under the hood. Scott Martinek out of Tomahawk in the Chevelle. Oh. Sounded like somebody missed a shift up there. 764 in the Dodge. Ike Andrews, 2 tons of fun. Ike Anderson driving the big Galaxy. Richie Foster out of Cary, Illinois, driving the 67 Chevrolet Nova. Both racers working their way in. Lights are down. 676 at 100 miles an hour in the big Galaxy. In the Nova, 14 seconds, 54 miles an hour. Hopefully everything's okay. And there's your shiny red super stock Dodge. Stephen Glubke out of Now Then, Minnesota, driving the 64 Dodge two-door sedan. Don Berry out of St. Paul, driving the Rambler Scrambler. 627 to an 859. Some racers are forgetting that we're only running 8th mile at the moment. There's another one that accelerated all the way down. That's okay. Oh, man, look at the... Veronica Stewart out of Minocqua, driving the Valiant. Racing for the ladies today, and she gets the win light. No, yes, 867 to an 868. I'm looking at this 68 Coronet parked in the show car field over here with all the psychedelic paint on it. And that thing is really cool. I got to get a picture of that car. All right. The old Willys. 1932 Willys pickup. And a 54 Pontiac Chieftain with all the chrome on it. 902 to a 905. That was a close race for an 8th mile race. 1/10 of a second between them at the finish line. That was cool. All right, here we go. More racing. No. Beautiful Pontiac. Brack Seltz out of Buffalo City, driving the 61. Jim Cochran, all the way from Marseille, Illinois. Marcel's. The main line getting the jump. That is a fast car. 903 at 79 miles an hour. The Pontiac 1021 at 73. It looks like the Tower lane is the Pontiac lane right now. This is the 4th Pontiac to go down the track in this lane. Matt McGee out of Janesville driving the 65 Catalina. And Joel out of Golden, Colorado driving the Bel Air. All the way from Colorado in the left lane. 824, 65 miles an hour to a 952 at 75 miles an hour. Big top end charge for that Catalina. Art from Elk River, Minnesota, driving the 66 Fairlane. Beautiful car. Steve Knoop out of Neilsville in the 62 Plymouth wagon. Rolling through the gears. That car bouncing. 918 to a 993. More folks coming in. Make sure you check in. Let your friends know you're here today. We are also broadcasting on live feed For those of your friends, those folks that can't make the event this weekend. Brad Hodges out of Byron, Illinois, driving the 1930 Chrysler, the Weekend Stripper. The best name for a race car I've seen in a while. Paul Holt out of Eau Claire. That's the win. 770 to a 934. .9 90.9 is where we broadcast on the FM dial. Rock Falls Radio. Turn it up and break off the knob. I could talk like the annoying FM radio announcer all day, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, man. Those of you that know me know that I like to do that sometimes. This is nor the time or the place for that. Oh man, look at that. Beautiful panel paint job on that 57 Chevy wagon. Craig House out of Rochester driving the 57 Chevrolet, and Joe Schmoker out of Winona in the F100. Also, awesome paint job on that pickup truck. The old Ford makes it happen with a 794 to an 853 in that wagon. And check out the Bronco. This thing is cool. Both of these things about have the same wheelbase. Bruce Petrie out of North Branch driving the 33 Willys Chevrolet Power. And Dean Markison out of Minnesota driving the Bronco 289 Ford under the hood. Little Willie's driving around them about a car length out, 835 to a 916. There's only a few cars racing today that have wide whites, and this is one of them. Look at that. The A-Gas 50 Chevrolet Style Line from Lakeland, Minnesota. Warren Berger driving that car. Jeff Sorensen out of Iota, Minnesota driving the El Camino. .825 to an 826. That was a close race. 1/10 of a second between them. And here's a pair of 55 Chevrolets. Put a scoop on that one in the left lane, and it looks like it came right out of the movie. Tom Nobody. Mosinee, Wisconsin. The 55 in the left lane, and Cody driving the 55 in the right lane. Something happened right at the hit. I'm not sure what's going on, but something broke. 848 at 83 miles an hour in the left lane, and they're pushing them off. May have been a drive shaft or a U-joint.
As we're getting closer, getting the track dry, I want to make a reminder to all you guys to buy. Please. So if you got plenty of time to make runs today, there's no reason to that is all.
right, we got some racing going. And they had some issues with it, but they made the long haul. And what's going on, guys? Tell everybody who you are.
Randy Winkle, president owner of the Duracombe Volkswagen Funny Car Famoso Speed Shop. Here with my buddy Stormy Bird. So I just wanted to say, man, this is we had to come up in the tower and check this place out. It's just absolutely phenomenal.
Well, we're glad that you guys made the journey and you brought that awesome hot rod with you. Unfortunate things happen, but I don't know if you guys got the car out today. You got it out on display?
Yeah, we got it out. Yeah, yesterday on the second shakedown pass, so we started to make a burnout. Shut it off and save it for another day.
So, you know, that's kind of fitting that you guys came up here in a car that you built just went down the racetrack. But it was good to see you guys out, and we're glad that you made the haul out here today and yesterday. Well, it took you more than a day to get here, obviously. But if you folks out there are interested in checking out the car, it's parked over here in the pits, and you get pictures of the machinery. I don't know if you guys got any swag with you, t-shirts and things. No. All right, understandable. So you can check it out on the web if you want to get some stuff. Go to Famoso Speed Shop and check it out. But take a look at the car, man. This thing is beautiful. First time on a track in 54 years.
We'll be back next year, and we'll have it all dialed in. We'll put on the show for you. We appreciate anybody that came out to see the car. I know there was somebody out there that had friended me on Facebook and sent me messages, so I apologize for the mechanical issues, but we'll definitely be back next year.
We'll have cars out here from the West Coast for sure next year. And if you and raced in 1968 by Warren Gunther, and that car is here. It's been fully restored, and it is here on display. Obviously, they had mechanical issues with it yesterday, but you can check out the machine. parked in the pits. 90% original. Hard to believe, but it is, and it's awesome. And they build some amazing stuff out there at the speed shop. That is my dream job, besides doing this. But that's what it is. So make sure you check that stuff out, folks, as you're walking around today. Racers, we want to remind you, you know this, but the staging lanes are open. Lanes are open. And we are running you out. So we got racers from both sides of the country here. And many points in between. Not sure about spectators. We may have some long travel spectators here as well. Plus from our friends to the north. We have a whole bunch of folks here from Canada this weekend. Speaking of Fort Myers, Florida. Richard Kurtz driving the 56 Fairlane. Thomas Bingler out of Oakdale, Minnesota, driving the 38 Chevrolet. Ford versus Chevrolet. Orange Rush. Technically, Ford would get the win because right lane suffering from premature acceleration. 753, 92 miles an hour to a 776 at 91 miles an hour. One of our in the right lane. Joe John Vorpagel out of Heartland, Wisconsin in the left lane, the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. 57 stays at 769 to a 76. He put that car down. Man, how about it? Hopefully you folks got that with your cameras and your picture takers. We're going to go make sure the track's okay. Obviously, he put it up in the air a couple of times. Came down pretty soft, but we want to make sure everything's okay out there. If that's an unexpected thing, man, that's pretty freaky when you're driving a car and that happens. We will be underway here shortly. It looks like he found something out there, a piece of part. A 3/16 bolt or something, I don't know. I told you before, if you see somebody taking pictures of your car, smile, because you may be in a magazine. Gasser Wars magazine is out today. We got all kinds of picture takers in the house. Bob Van Canny, St. Paul, Minnesota, the weird beard in the right lane. Getting used to that. Bryce Breckler out of Stevens Point driving the Ford. Side by side at the stripe. Look at them go. 764 to a 756. Both cars leaving on red. Today is one of the rare days when red lights don't matter. Everybody's racing to have fun today. That's what it's all about. Caleb out of New Auburn, Minnesota, driving the 37 Chevrolet. And Ronnie from Graston, Minnesota, in the Fairlane. looking for gears in the right lane. 731, 93 miles an hour for Ronnie. Racers, I made the announcement yesterday. I don't know, we didn't say it today, but we're going to mention it. If you're having trouble as you go down the racetrack today, please pull over as safely as possible and shut your vehicle down. You guys all know this, but we're going to announce it. We want to remind everybody, if you're having trouble as you go down the track today, please pull over as safely as possible and shut your vehicle down. That way, if something is leaking, we don't have to hurry up and wait for cleanup and do all of that stuff. We try and minimize it as much as possible. And we know that things happen. A lot of times you don't even realize it's happening until you hit the finish line. We know that. But if you know something is wrong, please pull over and shut it down. All right, looks like we got a family feud going on here. Mike Erickson and Steve Erickson. Brothers. 1960 Chevrolet, Mike Erickson, Steve Erickson in the 55 Chevrolet getting the jump. Hanging up. I also want to remind racers that if your cars are outside in the rain, try and make sure that they're dry when you bring them up. It's hard to get all the water out of the crevices and spots, but try and make sure they're dry before you bring them up to go race. Wow. Brew City Gassers. Neil Brown in the right lane. Fast Freddy's lane. Eric Essie in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Madison, Wisconsin in the left lane. Ringwood, Illinois for the Chevrolet Fleet line. Ex-U.S. military vehicle. That was an old Army staff car. Eric Essie out of Madison, Wisconsin, the man behind Madison Classics. Jefferson County Swap Meets coming up next weekend. .667 to a .669. That was a close race. Both cars at 100 miles an hour. Dodge versus Plymouth. Not sure who's driving the old Polara here in the right lane. There's a name on the window, but I didn't bring my eyeballs up here. Kevin Last. Oh, there it is. Brian Mueller. Mueller, Royalton, Minnesota. Kevin Last out of True Rivers in the Barracuda. Plymouth makes it for the win, 672 to a 7-0. Terry Stolansky from Oakdale, Minnesota, driving the 1929 Studebaker. Tom Moore out of Plainfield in the Nova. Studebaker out for the win. Don't forget to get your merchandise. If you have not done so, get your merchandise. Fallout DRAGS commemorative merchandise available at the white tent next to the pavilion. And they may have sold out of shirts. I know they were running low yesterday. So if you're looking for event merchandise, event t-shirts, if you haven't done so, go over there and check. They may be out. I will find out and let you know. Gene Johnson driving the Chief against Daryl Nelson in the Tigger Mercury Comet. Daryl gets the jump on his opponent. 676 to a 693. Frank Durant. Getting the wood light. 749 to a 782. Greg Schlor. Mark Klug out of Forest Lake, Minnesota, driving the 1940 Willys. Hemi Power in the left lane. 392 cubic inches. 500 plus cubic inches of Chevrolet Power in the right lane. Side by side, Chevrolet out ahead just a little bit. 675 to a 696. And this thing is cool. 1935 Packard. It's the only Packard I've ever seen go drag racing before. Chevrolet Power. Small black Chevy under the non-existent hood. From Minocqua, Wisconsin. All right. 2/4 mile. So we are. Remember, we are now going back to quarter mile racing. As you're walking around today, make sure you take pictures over there in the staging lanes. It's not very often that you're going to see the staging lanes full of these kind of vehicles at any event. So make sure you get some pictures out there of all the race vehicles hanging out in the staging lanes. It is a beautiful sight, and it's something that you won't see very often anywhere anymore. Doing just a little bit of prep before we get back underway racing. And like I said, we will be running full quarter mile here momentarily. Thanks again to all of you folks for coming out to Rock Falls Raceway today. You are officially a part of history once again. This is our biggest attended event, and every year it gets bigger. And with the rain that we had earlier today, it's an awesome crowd that hung out, and you folks that are still here, we thank you for spending your day here today. All right, they're going to be bringing out cars here in just a minute. And like I said, we are going back to our full quarter mile. Brew City Gassers will be coming out as a group as well a little bit later, in just a little bit. We're glad that you folks all decided you wanted to come and hang out here today. This is the best place to be anywhere in the world this weekend, is right here. 9th annual Fallout DRAGS.
Mark's taking a step up. Chad Stewart, right side in the low. No, Gordy Long. 62 Nova, Eugene Dick, out of Watkins, Minnesota. And that had to hurt. On down the track they go. We are a quarter. Thank you all for staying here with us, especially those of you in the car show. I know you hate to get your car wet, but it happened very fast, and there wasn't much that could be done. All is well now. What a glorious, glorious day we're experiencing right now. Tom All. Indiana, right side. Tonica, Illinois, in the left lane. 966 for Borman in that 40 coupe. 1011 for the Chevy 2 in the left lane. Next pair coming at you. Bradley Jankarek, left side. 63 Nova, the cotton picker. Right side, Chris Lemke out of Swamico, Wisconsin. And that 62. Little fuel leaking out of the Falcon. On down the track they go. 989 for that wagon. That is fast. Jankarek, pretty quick too. 1027 at 129 miles an hour. Next pair coming out. Left side, that's the head turner of Charisma Maggio, 64 Olds. I think that's a Cutlass. Scott Hagedorn, the 41 Willys, high winding 41 Willys, if you heard that burnout in the right lane. Classic paint on this Willys over here. In down wheel. Gets too close even for up on that run. Wow, kept it shiny side up though. So Scott Hagedorn will be back. That's why I was reminding you drivers, if you get out of the groove, lift, you can make another pass. Don't be a hero. Bob Lacey, left side, 64 Bel Air. Whitey Hirsch in the right lane, 49 Anglia. Pretty quick for the Anglia. Goes red, but goes through at a 971. I can't quite see if the Cacklefest has started or not. I'm going to say no yet, but it's going to be starting any minute. Clint Halzold, left side, at 41 coupe. Sheldon Gallmeyer in the 58 Chevy, shortened a ton in the right lane. 1326 the winner, 1415 the runner-up. 66 El Camino, right side. That's Quentin Christensen. Alex Schoonover, out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, in that 32 Ford Coupe, left side. Off they go. Looks like the El Camino is going to get there first, but no. Schoonover sneaks by, takes the win at 108 miles an hour. Want to remind you drivers, you guys are designated classes and lanes for a reason. Please adhere to that to make sure everything stays equal for everybody today. Jumping lanes only hurts your buddies. Keeps them from making the passes they want to make. Paul getting there first, taking the win. Scott Martinek, left side in that 64 Malibu. Getting dusted off by Adam King. Adam King in the 37 Dodge, right side. Dodge pickup taking the win. Being a Mopar fan, I kind of hope it has a Dodge engine. Don't know if it does or it doesn't. Can't tell. Doesn't say here on my screen either. Jeff Paulson now left side, 34 Ford. Says that is a 498 cubic inch Ford with a supercharger on top. Tony Thompson in the right lane in the 39 Chieftain, 421 cubic inch Pontiac motor. Off they go. Paulson runs it on down just past the 8th mile before he lifts out of it. Next pair out, Roman Kieski, left side in the 66 Le Mans. Bob Lair, right side, out of Lake Mills, Iowa, in that 64 Chevy 2. It could be Bob Lair, it could be Pat Finney. I don't have any way of knowing, but Finney listed as a secondary driver. It is the second day of the 9th annual Fallout Drags, so it could be Pat. Off they go. Kieski had the advantage off the starting line, but Lair is going to drive around him on the big end, 1095 to an 1168. Gets there by just under half a second. Couple of fast Fords right here. One small and super fast, over 500 cubic inches under the hood of that 64 Falcon in the right lane. That's Bob Schamberger. Ike Anderson in the very fast 2 tons of fun 63 Galaxy. See the chassis twist, the wheel stand out of that Galaxy. Schamberger off on a mid-9 second pass. And just over a second behind him, 1072 for the 63 Galaxy. Probably 1,000 pounds difference in weight between those two cars also. Norb Bauman out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin in that 64 Chevelle, left side. Curtis Leahy out of Hudson, Wisconsin in the 57 in the right lane. Brew City Gassers. I'm going to put you on high alert. I'm going to put you on high alert for lanes 1 and 2. We got lane 2 open We're going to keep that open. We're going to run our fuel altereds up, and then we're going to bring Brew City gassers into lanes 1 and 2 here in about, I'll make the official call in about 5 minutes. Just so you all are aware. So Brew City gassers, you are on high alert. Patrick Lean and Jeremy Sell heading on down the track. Jeremy Sell on the right side out of Elk Mound in the 65 Rambler. Gets there first for the win. I apologize for the early warning on the Brew City gassers, but the way the lanes are working right now, this is the best way we can work you guys in, so I'm trying to give you the heads up before your 3 o'clock pass. We got something out on the track we're going to go take a look at. We are going to run out the fuel altereds, and then I will bring you into lanes 1 and 2, but I'm not calling you right now yet, Brew City gassers. I'm just giving you a heads up. I say, apologize, it's not going to be at 3 o'clock, but if we fill the lanes up, we won't be able to get you in. So once again, Brew City gassers, you'll be coming in, in about 10 minutes. I'll be making the call. 10 minutes or so, I'll be making the call to bring you into lanes 1 and 2. Not calling you yet, just want you to be ready. I know it's ahead of your 3 o'clock planned run, but this makes the most sense for us, the way the staging lanes are filling right now. Apologize for the not being dead on at 3 o'clock, but the rain has kind of messed up our schedule quite a bit, and we're doing the best we can to accommodate. I don't know if anybody can hear me, but I hear. We had to run out on the track. We got some debris out there in the shutdown area. We're going to brush that off the track, then we'll get back to racing action. So once again, Brew City gassers, you're on high alert. High alert. So I just received word that Brew City Gassers want to run at 3, so we're going to do the best to accommodate them, and we'll hold off on bringing them in, and we'll see how things work out once that gets time for them to run. So we'll stick with what they want to do, and we'll do the best we can to accommodate that. And there you heard it, folks, the sweet sound of nitromethane. Cacklefest going on out in front of the tower here. I see a lot of hand clapping. Probably a lot of watery eyes down there. Fantastic. Nitromethane here at Rock Falls Raceway. 9th annual Fallout Drags going on. Chris.
The Spaghetti Gang is there. The Tom Hoover machine is there, and I did not catch. There was another car there. I did not see whose it was. For that, I didn't get any fumes. I got a lot of noise, but I didn't catch any fumes. I'm kind of depressed about that. Anyway, we are. Larry Nelson out of Ellsworth driving the 65 Ford. Racing against the Plymouth Fury. I'm not sure who's driving that car. Plymouth out ahead at the hit. Side by side at the 8th mile, that Ford is trying to run him down, and it looks like he's going to do it. No. 14-0 to a 13.81. Wow. That was a huge starting line hit. Some of the picture takers are over by the Nitro cars. We got dragsters in the house today. We got some fast machinery here. We had a 200-plus mile-an-hour run yesterday. Let's see if we can do that again today. Steve Knoop out of Neilsville driving the Plymouth. The big Plymouth wagon. 1366 at 104 miles an hour. 1819, 72 miles an hour for the Ford. It is getting hotter. Make sure you stay hydrated today. Drink as much as you can. Fluid. Not necessarily beer unless, you're not racing, but please make sure you stay hydrated throughout the day today. That is important. Ed Beersma from Plymouth. Driving the Pontiac Catalina in the left lane. Pontiac versus Pontiac. Buffalo City, Wisconsin, the 61 Pontiac here in the tower lane. 400 cubic inches of power in the left lane for the win. He's not going to get a time. I think he left before the lights were even activated. He was in a hurry. All right, we got some chassis car. Tommy Alessi out of Stillwater, Minnesota. Kevin Bunch out of Loves Park, Illinois, driving the Bantam here in the right lane. That is another car that's been around forever. There's a lot of history with this Bantam here. He told me about it one day. I don't remember the original name of the car, but it's been a race car for a long, long time. Beautiful full-bodied machine. Strange Brew in the left lane. Kent Fuller chassis. Something you don't see very often. Chevrolet Power. Big block. Side by side at the 8th, and the Bantam drives around him at the top. Take a look. Yes, there's a race car on the track, all right? The machine here in the right sold here. That car was here for sale, I believe, last year. It's a hell of a deal for that chassis. I think that's the same car. I could be wrong. Aaron Anderson. Flathead power. Look at that thing. Both cars working their way in. Fully staged in the right lane. Out they go. Slide it into the run. 941. Full-bodied machine in the left lane. That is a Jim Davis chassis machine. Joe Lair from Lake Mills, Iowa. 327 cubic inches of Chevrolet power in the Wild Thing. Still Stupid. My second favorite name for a race car. Daryl Gabrielson out of Ham Lake, Minnesota. 1968 vintage front engine dragster. Working his way in. All right, Dragster. How about it? Go for it. Jim DeLong doing driving duties this weekend out of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. That club's been around probably since the 50s. A lot of famous drivers came through Gopher State Timing Association throughout the years, and that is a beautiful car that they have. Everybody gets to work on it. And I believe that's what you were saying. Everybody gets to drive if they want a license. They can get licensed and drive that car. Listen to this thing idle. Wayne Willie out of Albert Lee, Minnesota. The 1964 vintage front-motored car. Small block Chevrolet power. Just got to remind everybody that there is a race car on the track. Listen to that idle. All right, both cars are just about there, pre-staged. Both drivers bump in. Green lights. The big machine in the 855. Top end charge in the right lane, 174 mile an hour top end charge. He was pulling hard. More cars coming at you. This is a fast machine here. This little car is quick. I wanted to talk to the owner of this car last night, but I wasn't able to. Rich Martin out of DeMott, Indiana. And look at him go. He built it. 2 small block Chevrolets with 6 Strombergs. And he runs that car in high gear only. You heard him go down the track. It was 1 gear only. All the way from California, Rocky Phillips from Fresno. Jared Holt puts it up on the bar. Nice one. Keeps it right down Broadway. 976 at 129 miles an hour. I hear something waiting. Something's running. Remember, we got the big burnout contest happening a little bit later on this afternoon. $1,000 to win. Rock Falls Raceway putting up the cash for that. $500 to the runner-up, thanks to Fast Freddy's. Randy Wagner out of Plymouth, Wisconsin. That is an all-steel box. Hemi power. Two tanks on that car. He's running. He might be running some pop in the tank. I'm not sure. High gear run, 9 seconds. All right, Joe. Pat Brewer out of Prior Lake, Minnesota in the 55. The big wagon gets there first. 1367 at 105. All right. Derek Dodson driving the 56 Plymouth. That's a Plymouth. There's something you don't see every day. 1956 versus 1957. The Chevrolet out ahead. 1365, 96 miles an hour to a 1466 with a 6. And look at this, man. This thing is neat. 62 Studebaker. That looks like it could be a foreign official staff car, right? Think about it. You know, I see somebody like a the French Legion or something. Dean Marcuson driving the Bronco. Studebaker, I think that car's all stock. Maybe. Still got the factory hubcaps on it. 1465 in the Bronco. Studebaker, 18 seconds at 76 miles an hour. That car's faster than my Mitsubishi Eclipse. And again, everything is faster than my Eclipse. Dodge power here in the tower lane. Jack Cloge, all the way from Minnesota. Center in the left lane, driving the pickup. Machine here in the Fast Freddy's lane getting the win. 1286 at 109 miles an hour, 413 power. And I love the way that car looks with the wide whites. That is so cool. 1950 Chevrolet. Stalled out. John Cody, Chevrolet. Out of Mount Morris, Illinois. 1433, 96 miles an hour. Mount Morris, Illinois. Mount Morris. That's where Arnie Beswick's from, Mount Morris. All right, looks like we got a broken car here in the left lane. Not sure what happened, if it was a shaft. That's a heavy car right there. Don't forget, we have a drawing today. We have a special drawing from C-Tech Manufacturing. They're giving away some awesome stuff. And the drawing is at 4 p.m. 3 Blackline accessories and 1 service cart. And I believe the only entry to that was yesterday, if I remember correctly. I don't think you can get into that drawing today. But the drawing will be at 4 o'clock today. Stone Woods and Cook, if they would have drove Volkswagen Power from Tomo, Wisconsin. Doc Clothier. He's going to get there first. 1382, 99 miles an hour, the little Volkswagen. Going to get there, 20 seconds. 64 miles an hour. Doesn't matter how fast you go, as long as you look good doing it. That car looks good. Joe Schmoker driving the pickup truck. Rusty Mack driving the Chevrolet. conspiracy. The big Ford. Dale. Corey Jorgensen from East Bethel, Minnesota, driving the 1950 Chevrolet, getting the win. 12:20 to a 12:49. Oh man, look at this. That machine in the left lane, he drove that car here with the slicks hanging out of the trunk. Chris Bentley from Bancroft, driving the 63 Polara against the 66 Charger, also from Bancroft. I have a feeling those guys know each other. The 66 gets the win. 12:16 to an 11:36. 11.3 seconds in a Charger. That looks like the T-Bird from, what was it, American Graffiti. What's her name was driving? Suzanne Summers, right. No longer with us. Vic Carenti from McChesney Park driving the T-Bird. And Kyle Davis out of Trevor, Wisconsin in the Nova. Kyle Davis, 25 years old. And he's going to get the win. Look at him go. 12:24 to a 12:45. Out of Grafton, Wisconsin. And his opponent, Corey Trowbridge, having some troubles there in the left lane. 12:25 in the 57 Chevy. And he drives that car on the street. Not all the time, but he does. I know he drives it around. Not sure what's going on here in the left lane. That one's going to go in a magazine. That is the fastest 64 Nova I've ever seen. Hopefully everything's okay with that car. Taking it down nice and easy there in the left lane. Not sure what's going on, but there it is. All right, there's the machine from Fort Myers, Florida. Here in the Tower Lane, the Orange Rush. Going up against the Bad Apple. Dwayne Evanson out of Galesville, Wisconsin. In the left lane, the Bad Apple. And Chevrolet gets the win. That was close. Here's another one. Texas. Dave Langer from McEwen, Texas, driving the 63 Plymouth. Bob Clothier out of Powell. And they were side by side. The little Valiant out ahead. 12:46 to a 12:51. Close race. There's one of the old 37 Dodge trucks. Look at this thing. This is a fast machine. I believe this is the one that's got the 340 in it. Vic Sajewski Sr. out of Cary, Illinois. Elevator construction is the job that he's into. I'm sure he's heard all the jokes throughout the years, too, about it. The old pickup truck gets the win, 12:05 to a 12:45. All right, we're going to make our first call. Bruce City Gassers. First call to lanes 1 and 2. Bruce City Gassers. First call to lanes 1 and 2 for your 3 o'clock run. It's a whole lot of numbers to think about. I already see some of them back there. Bruce City Gassers, lanes 1 and 2 for your 3 o'clock run. Rambler Scrambler for the win. 11:22 at 120 miles an hour. The Lawn Dart, 12:54. I wish I would have thought of that when I used to drive my Dart. I never gave it a name because it was, every year it got lighter, courtesy of Wisconsin. Keep an eye on that Willys. Bill Weller out of Richfield. He may put it on the bars. Nick Fairchild driving the Biscayne. And he does. He puts it. The big Chevy getting the win. 10:62 to a 10:27. All right, the Rude Stewed Scavengers Car Club. That club's been around, I believe, since the 50s as well. Smokey Mo told me about those guys. Gave me a rundown on them a few years ago, and I don't remember all the details. Tom Moore out of Plainfield. Plainfield, Wisconsin. Here in the Fast Freddy's lane. Scavengers get the win. 1061 at 124. Frank Sled. Dodge business. Bruce. Yep. Which is it? That is a neat looking little. I don't know. $10.90. Dodge. That Volvo is powered by Chrysler. That's a Frankenstein car. That's awesome. Let's see, what would have been in that thing stock? Probably like a 1.8 liter 4-cylinder Weezer motor. I don't know. I don't know what Volvo made back then. I wonder if it was advertised as the world's safest car in 1961. Paul Johnson. Nope, Chad Stewart. Chad Stewart. Driving the Packard. Packard against Willys. Willys winning against Packard. 1081 to 1162. And there's that big Hemi power machine in the left lane. Hemi power. And the fast race 37 Chevrolet B-Gas. Greg Schloer. Big cubic inch. Getting the jump. To an 11:38. All right, your next pair. The old Studebaker. Tater Speed Shop. Oakdale, Minnesota. Brian. Studebaker. $10.46 to an $11.04. Don't forget. Your ticket is your. So if you want. Wow. Yeah, he ain't got no gas in it. Oh, man. Big smoke. The big. Somewhere. These guys. Both racers are in. One car. And look at these guys. Michael. I wish I saw. You know, that's a given. All right, you're next. A car came from the East Coast. You? Side. I just a little bit. Could be a Plymouth. I didn't see. I want to see the 258 Chevys run next to each other, the real short one and the full-size one, just so you can see the difference in the length between the two. That is a 58 Chevy business coupe. That is so cool. They 1320. See the old traction bar. And here's sleek machines these cars were. John Zeckenbauer. He just hugs the track. 1937 Chevrolet. Don't forget. Yeah, if you're at home and you want it, give up. It's even more beautiful. 39. Bill, Minnesota. 1224 at 108 miles. Check it. I haven't cut my grass in about a month. I have not touched my lawn in about a month and a half. My neighbors hate me. My truck has loud exhaust and I never cut my grass. They hate me. But you know what? It does not bother me. I'm going to get a vacuum cleaner and I'm going to vacuum cleaner my front lawn. Oh man, left lane. Fast machine. Look at this beautiful Corvette. Randy from Rosemont, Minnesota, driving the 59. Norb Bauman, 64 Chevelle. I always liked that first year of Chevelle. That is a neat looking car. Corvette getting a jump on him at the hit. Side by side at the 8th mile, and they are still side by side. A little quicker. 14:19 to a 15:02. Veronica driving the Valiant. Paul from Eau Claire driving that Chevrolet Nova. (12:16 to a 13:18). Make sure you check out the car show. If you're on the tower side of the track, make sure you go check out the car show. All right, there's some beautiful iron parked over there. All kinds of different stuff. Shiny, not shiny, painted, not painted. It's awesome. The 62 Chevrolet Bel Air from Golden, Colorado in the left lane. $11.99 to a $14.11. I see a whole bunch of Brew City Gassers getting ready to go. They're going to be coming out as a group. Don Marty out of Casson, Minnesota, driving the 66 Chevrolet. 57 Chevrolet from Baldwin, Wisconsin, Joe Lindstrom. Hard luck. The big 66 gets the win in Fast Freddy's lane 12, 63 to a 14.36. And here's that old wagon. Look at this thing, man. That is cool. Turquoise blue originally, 62 Plymouth. That is a heavy car. .1406 at 105 miles an hour. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you all. We thank you all for coming to the 9th annual Fallout Drags here at Rock Falls Raceway. Day number 2. This thing is neat. The Machine, Jeremy Sell out of Elk Mound, 65 Rambler. Patrick Lean, also from Elk Mound, driving the 55 Chevrolet. Gonna get there just a little quicker. But I love the paint job on the Machine, man. That is neat. 15.11 to a 17.52. Like I said, you don't have to go fast as long as you look good doing it. All right. I see a couple people heading out. If you are heading out, this is the first year of the Out of Sight Fallout. It's the Fallout. Boy, I'm having a day. More caffeine. Fallout. Out of Sight Drags is the event that the Brew City Gassers puts on. And they're on my brain right now because they're getting ready to race. Remember the live feed, all right? We have a live feed going on for those folks that cannot be here today. I'm sure it's archived somewhere, so you can check it out. If you're here and you want to watch the racing again, you can do that. Rock Falls YouTube. It's Rock Falls Raceway. If you're doing a search, remember, you can check it out on the YouTube channel. And it's 90.9, right? 90.9 FM. We are live streaming. It is All right. So the crew out there grooming the racers. I see a couple of racers heading out, a couple of people heading out. Thank you all for spending your day here today. Remember, we have a whole nother day of racing tomorrow. There's also a swap meet going on. Swap meet happening on the north end of the grounds on the spectator side. The O'Reilly Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And that's where the camping and stuff is, and it is just packed over there. We got all kinds of photographers out here this weekend. Gasser Wars Magazine is represented. If you see somebody point a camera at you, smile. Like I said, because you may end up in a magazine or on a website. And not in a bad way. That's a good thing. It looks like we may have set another attendance record today. I won't know that for sure, but 200 racers. 200 cars here this weekend. Don't forget, we got plenty of good food cooking over here on the tower side of the track. If you want to get yourself something to eat, the Rock Falls Raceway concession stand is open. I had some of the chicken yesterday. The chicken strips. They're not strips. They're huge. And they got awesome fresh-cut French fries. We got a full menu of stuff at the Pit Stop Grill. You can get cheese curds. You can get all kinds of stuff with cheese because it's Wisconsin. We got burgers, we got loaded French fries, all kinds of different sandwiches. You can get a Philly cheesesteak sandwich. You can get wings and fries. You got all kinds of tasty stuff. How about a walking taco as opposed to a running taco? You can get breakfast. Plus we have beer and ice cream, soft serve ice cream. At the Pit Stop Grill. There's plenty of food trucks also set up. If you want to get yourself something to eat, there is something for everybody here today. And ice cold beverages to wash it all down. We have adult beverages for adult type people. That's right. The Brew City Gassers are on the move. go. The Bruce City Gassers are coming out. Smoking. John Riedenbach in lane number 1. The O'Reilly Auto 1962 Chevrolet had 34,000 miles on it when it was taken apart to become a race car in 1965. It was built in Kenosha. They stopped working on the car in 1967 because the rules changed, and they shoved it off in a corner of the shop where it sat until John found it. 1955 Almquist Sabre here in lane number 2, the Fast Freddy's lane. That is a rare car. Ron Green driving that machine. Out of Janesville, Wisconsin. Both cars inching their way into the beams. Everybody's fully staged. Lights are coming down. Green light. Between those two cars. And here we have Willys against Willys, the Old Flame. John Borman out of Nashville, Indiana. And Scott Hagedorn out of Platteville, Colorado, driving the Grand Illusion. 1940 versus 1941. Lights are down and out they go. The Old Flame trying to keep his lead. And he does. By just a little bit. Just a little bit. 967 to a 990. 0.4 of a second. I'm so used to announcing margin of victory. I don't know if I should keep doing that or not. All right, your next pair. Crying time here in Fast Freddy's lane. John Sweek out of Dayton, Indiana, driving the 55 Chevrolet. Greg Grubel from Port Clinton, Pennsylvania, driving the Class Reunion 51 Chevy. Oldsmobile powered. Up on the bars at the hit. Left lane carries it all the way down for the win. 929 to a 949. Big smoke and burnouts out of these guys. They were bugging each other earlier today. Neil Brown. Neil Brown in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. That car came from Genoa City, and it was from Fort Lewis, Washington. Painted by Uncle Sam. That's when Uncle Sam painted the whole car, trim and everything, just like Earl Scheib. Eric Essie out of Madison, Wisconsin, driving the Bel Air. Both cars just about ready to go. Neil pre-staged. Eric's in, fully staged. Out they go. Just a little bit. He's going to carry his lead all the way down in the Fast Freddy lane for the win. 1075 to a 1068. Faster elapsed time in the left lane, but he was sleeping at the hit. Psychotic Reaction. Here's the car that was found in a used car lot in Milwaukee. How about that? Back in the 80s. Small block Chevrolet. It was a bracket car from the 70s. He renamed it. He called it Psychotic Reaction. Tom Dreyer out of Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Tony Zampetta from Medina, Illinois. Professional stuntman driving the Anglia. Wouldn't want to mess with that guy. Out they go. Little Chevy 2's carrying his lead. It looks like Zampetta's having some troubles there in the left lane. Slowing down quite a bit. 11. Driving the Frankenstein car. There's a big wasp that won't leave me alone right here. Go away. It's his favorite spot. Frankenstein. Krankenstein. You're going to be saying that now for the rest of the weekend. Krankenstein. The Willie is waiting patiently here in the right lane. Dean Trowbridge from New Aubrey. Warren Anderson from McHenry, Illinois. Retired sales engineer. Chevrolet power in both cars. I've seen Dean dry hop this Willys at times, both of these cars throughout the years. Fully staged. Out they go. Anderson carries his lead to the finish line. 10:04 to a 10:57. All right, the Mordor Chevrolet here in the tower lane. Brian Fortier, he drives that car on the street sometimes. He drove it, he made it all the way through Sick Week with that car last year and did not break. And he built the engine himself in his garage. He does all the work in his garage. He put it on the drift pad, and there's video of that car drifting. It's awesome. Gene Johnson driving the Chief, the Pontiac. 1951 Chieftain. Also powered by small block Chevrolet. Trying to get the jump on his opponent. Reaction time in the O'Reilly's lane, and he carries it. 11:02 to an 11:38. And how about it? Laying down a little smoke here. The donkey, Johnny Bucket. Johnny Bucket from New Berlin, Wisconsin, metal artist, among other things that he does. And Dave Beshta from Muskego, driving the 55 Chevrolet Bel Air. Johnny over there in the left lane, you should see the hauler that he built to pull the trailer for his race car. This thing's insane. I worked for him for a few years off and on, and he's an engineer by trade, and he thinks like one. It's awesome. 1,000. To a 1292. Kevin. Gonna carry. Remember when he bought he owns Lake Bluff, Illinois. Craig Both of them. Chevrolet. And Paul used to drive the Harry Hauler. I don't know if you remember that old Willie's pickup truck. You could smoke all the way down the track with that thing. He built that Corvette recently, did a lot of the work himself, including the paint. A lot of the engine work and all that. Paul's son was singing with the band last night. He's going to be doing it again tonight. All right, Steal of Time working his way in. Fox Lake, Minnesota. Really? He's not from Minnesota. I got my money on the blue one. I'll take it. All right, 267 Chevrolets. Kyle Davis, the son of the president of the Brew City Gassers, in the left lane. And John Vorpagel out of Heartland, Wisconsin, driving the car here in the Fast Freddy's lane. 267 Chevrolets. The machine in the left lane is a stick shift car. I'm not sure about John's car. I think it is too. Both of these, I believe, are 4-speeds. You can hear the shifting going on. John gets the win. Fast Freddy's side, he carries it all the way down. 1198 to a 1257. And look at this 58 Chevrolet. This is a fast car for such a big machine. Nick Fairchild out of Little Swamico, driving the Biscayne, 406 power. And Brad out of Franklin, Wisconsin, driving the 63 Nova, the Cotton Picker. Finally got that car lettered up. I like the way it looks. It's cool. I think he named it after his Schwinn bike. Leaving on red. Brad gets the win. 1034 to a 1066. You want to talk about stick shift racing? Here you go. Mark Davis, the King Rat Chevrolet. Car that's been around for a long time. Came from the West Coast. All the way back to the mid-60s. Used to race at Famoso and Fremont. Ended up in Wisconsin in 1998, and Mark bought the car in 2015, and he's been beating on it ever since. Jesse James out of Waterloo, Wisconsin, driving the Willys. 440 cubic inches of Chrysler power under the hood of that thing. Racing against the president. There we go. Both cars are in. Lights are coming down and out they go. Up on the bar. .964 to a 970. 0.2 of a second between them at the top end. And here you go, 56 versus 57. Dodge Power here in the Tower Lane. Bob Neves driving that car, racing against Kip Hansberry out of Beloit. Right? No, that ain't right. That's not right. .1956. Out ahead for the win. 11.93 to a 12.33. All right, short fuse. Short fuse. All right, that's Daryl. Driving the Tigger. Stroked FE. Was the celebrity pick at the Muscle Car and Corvette Nationals in 2018. Scavengers Car Club, 53 Studebaker, here in the Fast Freddy's lane. That is a neat car. You don't see a whole lot of those things around anymore either. Fully staged. No. There it is, the Superstition Chevrolet. Justin Winky driving. That is how I. Craig is inside. I still do. Vince Haywood out of Antioch. Small block. Quicker at the hit. In the left. All right. .572 cubic inches of engine in that thing. Dan Lau. And they are Tom Allen. You can tell. Because of that reaction time. 257 Chevrolet. Kip Hansberry out of Beloit. In the Fast Freddy's lane, the time. Chad gets the win. Bill Keller. $535 cubic. And that car. He got the idea to make it into what it is now after attending one of the meltdown drags. And he's been working on it ever since, about 2015 or so. Fast machine. The Forever Young Sheep Dairy sponsoring that car. Out of Watertown, Wisconsin. Bringing it up ever so slightly. He's contracted up. All right, he's fully stable. Put it up. Not sure what. All right. You can check out the out-of-sight drag. There's not a whole lot of nostalgia events happening, but the ones that are getting to be huge. And this one is the best. Every year it gets bigger and bigger. The 9th annual Fallout Drags here at Rock Falls. And it's still Remember to thank your track officials and thank your racers for helping to put on such an awesome event. Ron Kaiser. Willie's in the early 60s. He carries his lead in that little 33 with a 1362 to a 1348. Racers. Racers, hold on to your time slips. If you got some awesome reaction. Looks like we got slow. Possibly still have a car in the shutdown area. Super slow roller up there. If you're hanging up. And if you're on the car, I was the timid little kid. $13.72 in the big machine, the 59 Impala. And look at this, two-door sedan. Sharp-looking car. Big flat roof over there. Denny Perry out of Lucas, Ohio. 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 Dodge Power for the win. 1217 to a 1285. This thing is cool. A little. Dale Jacobson driving the Bel Air. And Gary Tuliton out of Thief River Falls. Couple of famous gasser guys. Chevrolet. The lawn dart against the bad apple. See, it's cool when you name your car. Put a name on the side. Bad apple. I think it's cooler saying, you know, I don't know. Be safe. See some of the racers. Make sure if you want to get into the Royce. And here's that. Of 25. Banging through the gears. Remember to stay hydrated, folks. Make sure you have plenty of beverages. We got water, we got soda. Everything available. There's food available. Tasty, tasty stuff. Speaking of pit stops, I think I got to make a pit stop. I got to go have a conference call with the Chief of Staff in the White House. I'll be back in a second.
The brothers Anducetti, no, I'm good, in their 55 and 57 Chevy, appropriately, 1141 to 1180. 64 Dodge, or I'm sorry, yeah, Dodge Polara. Left side, Brian Mueller, Frank Slawick in the right lane in that 37 Coupe. Silky smooth transition between announcers. And Mueller getting there first, 11:05 at 119 miles an hour in that Polara. Big block Chevy powered 30 Coupe. Jamie Anderson, left side. Supercharged Mopar, right side. 66 Coronet, David Dahl in that right lane, taking the win, 11:31 at 117. Jamie Anderson trips the beams at 12:82, 102 miles an hour. Chad Stewart in his 35 Packard, left side. Terry Stolansky in the 29 Studebaker Tater Speed Shop on the side. In the right lane. Nice little wheelie by the Studebaker. Better of the two reaction times and the faster of the two vehicles. Trips the beams, 10:61, 126 miles an hour. Chad Stewart, 11:57 at 111. Anglia coming up right side, driven by Whitey Hirsch. It's a 49 Anglia. Chris Lemke in the 62 Falcon Wagon. Big block Ford under the hood. And a roof rack, in case he picks something up and wants to bring it home. Getting there first, Whitey Hirsch, 966. Lemke goes 983 in that Ford Falcon wagon. Super quick cars out there. Tony Arcand now right side out of St. Croix Falls in the 48 something. Going to get there first over Leo or Steve Nelson driving the 54 Chevy out of Forester, Minnesota. Way out there is Tony Arcand, 1199. And in the Nelson Mobile, 1510 at 87 miles an hour. Alec Schoonover, right side in that 32 Ford Coupe. Scott Martinek in the 64 Malibu in the left lane. Off they go. Side by side. It's like the coupe getting the better of it. Schoonover takes the win. 1246 to a 1297. Adam King, left side in that 37 Dodge pickup. Sheldon Gallmeyer in the shortened 58 Chevy in the right lane. And the Dodge getting there first, 1223. Gallmeyer, 1336. Gallmeyer went red, but still couldn't get there first. Quentin Christensen, right side in that 66 El Camino. I'm sorry, in the left side in the 66 El Camino. Quent Palzolt in the 41 Coupe in the right lane. Don Seba Naylor in the 44 on down the track, 11:58, 115 miles an hour. Changing around classes here. I know our dragsters and altereds wanted to make a run at 4:30. We're coming up on 4 o'clock. I don't know how that's going to work, but we'll figure something out and we'll get cars down the track. We got a burnout contest coming up at 6 o'clock. We've had one Cacklefest. I think there's going to be another one at 5 p.m. Another Cacklefest. Smell some nitromethane. Roman Kieski now left side. Ed Boerzema right side in the 63 Pontiac, 66 Pontiac Le Mans. In that left lane. Roman getting the best of this one. 11:40 to a 13:20. Taking the win. Ike Anderson back in his 63 Galaxy. I know originally these cars did come with the 427 2.4 combination. I'm guessing this one's bigger. Probably in the 514 range. This car is considerably quicker than what it should be if it had a 427. 1095 or 124. That is fantastic. Don Marty over here right side in the 427 powered Biscayne, 1966 vintage. Left lane, a 66 Malibu 4-door. That's James Mealy. Mealy having a sandwich wrap. Starter Mark's going to run out. As Morgan Larson in his 54 Chieftain in the left lane gets ready. Kurt Lady in the right lane in the 57 Chevy. Says fuel injection on the side of that 57 Chevy. Off they go. And the Chieftain is whomping on the Chevy. 1370 to a 1533. Jeremy Sell right side in that 65 Rambler out of Elk Mound. Short drive here from Elk Mound. Jim Cochran left side. It's a 55 mainline. It's like a Ford to me. Off they go. Rambler got the jump, but the main line taking the top end gets it done. 1393 to a 1491. Matt McGee in the 65 Catalina, 421 cubes. Multiple carburetors, no doubt. Patrick Lean in the 55 Chevy in the left lane. Catalina gets there first, going 1375 to a 1498. Valiant of Veronica Stewart. Lays down at 1315 at 104 an hour. I think that's a stroked out 360 now that 408 is. Some good. Some have already left. Some are still here. Just gorgeous, gorgeous cars. That fuel. Less than half an hour ago. That Corvette that's pulling out is another example. You don't see a lot. I think that's a 70. I know two. I think it's a 73. Beautiful car. So 786 is the car number. If you I don't know if there's any big money. We have several. And I've been informed by one. You can lay down. Let's see 200 on the board. Thank you. C-Tech. Thank you. Thumbs up from center. And this looks like, yeah, I think this is Pete Hedden coming out with a few. He is the one looking to go 200 miles. And little. Oh. I don't like to hear that. We'll see if they'll refire and make a pass here. Thank each and every one. Start. We got things cleaned up. We're back. Weatherman kind of crossed off. But it didn't start. So we thank you for sticking it out. Don't forget. There's some very But we still got. All you got to do is walk. Follow the crosswalk marked with the white paint and the hash marks. Come on over to this side. Check out cars in the pits. Talk to racers. Everybody's pretty friendly here. And in the meantime, we'll continue with racing action. We'll see if we can get Pete restarted. I should probably take a look. As soon as we get the names of the winners for the C-Tech drawing, we'll get those out to you. No need to be present to win. So we'll announce the names and you will be the winner. And someone will probably contact you. Otherwise, if you're here and they have the item, you take it home with you. Sad. And the full Dragster. I was told they had a little bit of a leak. Maybe they'll get it fixed in time to make a pass yet today. We will see. In the meantime, we're on a little bit of a hold. So you can breathe easy, those of you in the staging lanes. So just get need here on site. We had to get the ambulance off the top end of the track, and they're tending to the medical attention that is needed by someone here on the track. I don't know all the details, but I just know that. So that's why we're on hold. We can't run without the ambulance in its proper position, and someone needed some medical attention had a bit of a fall, and we're getting that taken care of. And once we get everything squared back away, we'll be back to racing action. But that's why we're on a hold. Just in case any of you were wondering. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the track, nothing wrong with any of the cars anymore. We just got to tend to our customers, even in any type of medical need. That's why the ambulance is here, not just for racers. So we're getting medical attention to that person, and once we get that ironed out, we'll get things squared back away, and we'll be back to racing action. So stand down, stand by. I will let you know when the all clear is sounded. Okay. I think, yes, our call. Coming at you next, a couple of our 7 flat dragsters going to square off. Mm-hmm. Yep. I do. I listen. I pay attention. So get your money on and start. I don't know if sports betting is legal here in Wisconsin, but as long as you exchange cash, no one will know. But this is a good one. This is Dragster. Nick Gilbertson in the right lane out of Blooming Prairie. That is a looks like he can't back up. If he can we can get him pushed back in time. And if Nick Gilbert as we're going to turn Backup girl getting him staged up. .113 in the 60-foot, but I know he tripped the beams with the back tires. Unless the fronts skipped, but it was hanging them up there for quite a while. Tremendous. Sadly, Tony Rhea will have to throw the challenge out maybe for the next time these two meet. I know at 4. And we'll just keep sending you out as far as I know. So we got a bunch of fast altereds and dragsters coming at you now. All no here. So we got some drag. Well, it looks like Tony Reed. Tony did a little. He's getting to it. And pretty easy to see, it's getting dark. There was we just have a threat. Kevin Bunch, left side in that A altered. 440 the number. I'm going to go with he's got a 440 in. In that 440 powered Bantam in the left lane. T-shirts, all. That must be what you're talking about. Off they go. 820, 160 miles an hour for the club. Now coming out left side is altered. Supercharged Hemi 392 vintage. Wagner's auto body on the side of the car. Got a set of the laid back headers out of the funny cars. At 146 miles an hour for Randy Wagner. Joe from the Dragster left in the 48. It is a Fiat bodied car. The car used to race brackets out here. Bill Wojak, the former owner, sold it. I don't know if it changed hands a couple times. Now it is a short. Fiat Topolino, I believe. There. I've exercised all the knowledge. Anderson out of Livingston, Illinois. Joe Lair out of Lake. 327 cubic inches left lane. Again, 600 right lane. Dragster gets the jump because he goes red and gets behind at the finish line. 8:58 for Anderson in that Topolino right lane, getting there first. Joe Lair runs it through 9:07, 144 miles an hour. Brown coming out now, left side. Wow. I don't. What was the displacement of a flathead? Okay, I was going to say it had to be under 300 cubes. So, oh, there we go. 283 cubic inches. Looks like a 4. And boy, slice of history between the frame rails of that front engine dragster. This
AJ. Not sure what. I think we might be the Hemi. I'm not sure. AJ was smoking quite a bit going down that right lane. That car is old enough to smoke, so I guess we're okay that way in one regard. Hot. Oh boy. I'm working on this. Hanukkah. Yeah. We'll go. C-A. I'm going. Otherwise. That's what I'm going with. Anyways, yeah. Alexis Hanukkah. Haneca. Congratulations. You. And we'll check that top end out. Safety is out there checking to see if there's liquid oil on the track. It's probably all burnt, judging from the smoke that came out of the car, but I don't think he'll be making another pass today. It was oil at one time.
It was.
And then I think it turned into smoke as it came out the pipes.
Yeah, no doubt. That was very smoky, the last half of the shutdown area. So we'll get that checked out, and then we'll get back into racing action. But obviously, we have our eyes peeled to the sky, and hopefully what it looks like might be detrimental to us avoids us, and we can keep racing action going.
It almost smelled like rain, too, for a minute out there, but I might have just been hallucinating. I used to be really good with smelling stuff like that. Then I started working at a drag strip, and all I can smell is burnt rubber and fuel.
Isn't when you smell something an indication you're having a stroke?
Hopefully you folks were able to check out the car show and the swap meet area. I was walking through the swap meet. Some early Hemi parts out there. There's some amazing stuff. A whole bunch of cars for sale. Old hot rods and things. So if you get a chance, check out the swap meet before everybody packs up all their stuff. All clear, top ends all clear. We're going back to racing. Back to racing. Hopefully his car isn't hurt too bad, but that was a show they wanted to put on. Back in the day. And you see all the pictures and videos of the cars. They would smoke all the way down the quarter mile, just spinning the tires all the way down the track. Back then, they weren't using traction compound either. They didn't have any glue whatsoever on the pavement. And the tires were rock hard. It was just like driving on the street. And they were a little easier to control, too, I think, without their traction compound. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I never drove one like that, so. Looks like fun. Full quarter mile burnout looks like a lot of fun to me, but apparently it doesn't win races anymore. But you look good, dude. Rich Martin out of DeMont, Indiana, driving the Chevrolet-powered 63 chassis machine in the O'Reilly's lane. That is a fast car. Daryl Gabrielson driving the Dragster in the tower lane. Still stupid. I just found if you and like I said, $500 to the runner-up, thanks to Fast Freddy's, and $1,000 to win, put up by Raceway. So if you want to get into that burnout contest, you better sign up. And as of right now, we only have 3 entries. 3 entries. I love to count. Just 3. So sign up. You owe it to yourself to do it. Dragster again. Out of All right, we got another pair of cars, I think. I hear noise. I hear engines. If you are on your way out, we thank you for spending your day here today. A lot of the car show participants are starting to pack up. We thank you for spending your Saturday here. That thing rocks. Rick Moran's driving the Fiat from Blue Earth, Minnesota. Keith Black power in that car. Kyle Campbell from Argyle, Canada in the Dragster here in lane number 2. The Fast Freddy's lane. That car all the way from Canada. That must be where Argyle sweaters came from. Argyle, Canada. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. I'm not sure. I could look it up, I guess. Early Hemi power here in the tower lane, 392 cubic inches. Keith Black, 426 cubic inch power in the left lane. It's an interesting study in the two different types of engines that these guys ran. Straight injected or blown and injected. Both cars working their way up, pre-staged here in the right lane, pre-staged left lane. Fully staged, lights are coming down. Green lights up. Carries his lead all the way. How about it? Nice run. 7.8 seconds in that Fiat. I figured that car had it in it, but it was good to see. So like I said, I was saying before, I want to thank you all for coming. If you're heading out, the racing's not done yet. The racing is not over yet. We still got more racing to go. And we got a whole nother day of racing tomorrow. A whole nother day of racing tomorrow. We're glad that you decided to spend your day here or your weekend here at Rock Falls Raceway. This is the coolest race on the planet happening this weekend, right here, right now. And you are all a part of it. 1950 versus 1955, and the old 50 Chevrolet Style Line out ahead. 12:02 at 114 miles an hour to a 16:28 at 57 miles an hour. Your next pair, Dale Solon, driving that 62 Studebaker. Something happened. I don't know. He didn't move. There he goes. Brad Hedges driving the 30 Chrysler. The old Chrysler gets there 1647 at 82 miles an hour. Studebaker crosses the finish line in 17 seconds. 78 miles an hour. I think that is the first time I've ever seen a 62 Studebaker. Remember, sign up for $500 to the runner-up, $1,000 to the winner. Jack Cloge with the Willies gets the win, 1197 to a 1267. Here's that beautiful handyman wagon. Panel paint, flames, everything. Lace, it's all on there. That's cool. Craig House driving the 57 Chevrolet. Dave Adams out of Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, driving the Willies, the old B&M Gasser. Out of the West Coast in the left lane, getting the win lane. 1307 to a 1353. Joe Lindstrom out of Baldwin, Wisconsin, driving the 67. Joe Schmoker. Joe Lindstrom gets the win. 1252 to a 1228. Faster elapsed time in the Fast Freddy's lane, but he was sleeping at the hit. Two vehicles with about the same wheelbase, the Bronco and a 33 Willys. Dean Markison driving the Bronco, Ford Power. Bruce Petrie driving the Willys, Chevrolet Power. $1382 for the Willys at 97 miles an hour. A huge thank you to everybody for coming out today, all the car show participants. A lot of folks weathered the rainstorm we had early this morning and still stuck around. You guys are awesome. These cars were built to drive through weather, and, a little bit of rain never hurt. And a huge thank you to the Gopher State Timing Association for helping out, doing everything that they're doing this weekend, helping out with the car show and parking and all kinds of stuff. And they're racing. So we thank you all for that. '66 Coronet. That's a Charger. I got Coronets on the brain because I was just talking to somebody about my Coronet. James Perrin out of Bancroft, racing against Fort Myers, Florida, Richard Kurtz. Somebody's rolling through the gears, and I believe it's the old Fairlane. 1139 to a 1240. 116 miles an hour in the Dodge for the win. Corey Jorgensen out of East Bethel, Minnesota, driving the 50 Chevrolet. Dave Langer out of McEwen, Texas, driving the 63 Plymouth. Tennessee, McEwen, Tennessee, not Texas. They both start with a T. Tennessee. Little Chevrolet, 1181 to a 1220. There's the Rambler Scrambler. These things were neat, man. I always thought these were cool cars. America, red, white, and blue. Don Barry out of St. Paul, driving the 66 Rambler. .1104, 123 miles an hour in that little 66. The American Motors plant is no longer in Kenosha. It's all been redeveloped. It's kind of neat. John Corral out of Milwaukee, driving the 52 Willys. Willys Aero, built by the Famoso Speed Shop. Chad Buzzo out of Beloit, Wisconsin in the 57 Chevrolet. And they are side by side. Looks like John might get them. Close race, not quite. 12-13 to a 12-27. Red light start by both drivers. Don't forget there is a cash award for the best reaction time tomorrow at 3 p.m. $200 for the best reaction time. So if anybody gets a perfect 000 run, you're an automatic winner unless there's more than one. Looks like the old I got up and went. He's been getting that thing sorted out. It's good to see that thing running the way it should. Spent a lot of time working on that thing. Your next pair, Hemi-powered Willys, Mark Klug. Mike Williamson, driving the Anglia. Willys out ahead in the Fast Freddy's lane for the win. 11:23 with an 8. 13:49 in the Anglia. Donnie out of Graston, Minnesota in the Fairlane. Not sure what's going on. All right. Both cars were staged. We're telling them to back them up. Not quite sure what happened, but all right, both cars are back in. There we go, fully staged, both sides. RPMs come back up again. The Rude Stewed out ahead. 10:43 to an 11:39. A big smoke and burnout out of that whole pan. That thing is neat. You can see the hole in the roof where the top used to be. They filled it in with sheet metal. That is so cool. Steve Erickson driving the Chevrolet 55 Chevy 150. Both of these Chevrolet powered. Kerry in the front end. 1072 to an 1153. You want to see another car long? Here the top. Bill Weller out of Richfield, Wisconsin. Tom Moore out of Plainfield, driving the Chevrolet. Lights are coming down. Like he does it. 1021 at 129 miles an hour to an 1129. Almost a full second between them. This thing is cool. I always wanted one of these things. I like the business coupe a little better, but the extra window in the back just looks so neat. Frank Durand, driving the 1940 Dodge. I believe that one is Dodge powered. One of those cars had an old Hemi in it. I remember talking to those guys last year. 1147 at 116 to an 1172 at 111. Staging lanes are open, racers lanes are open, and we're still looking for entrants for the burnout contest. I have not heard if there's going to be if there were more entries or not. Also, in about 5 minutes or so, we are going to start up the Cacklefest. Our second Cacklefest of the day is going to be getting underway in probably 5 or 10 minutes here on the tower side. So if you want to check that out and you want to suck some nitro fumes, you might want to make your way over here to the tower side of the facility. I got to hang out over there for a few minutes, and my ears finally stopped ringing a little while ago. You know, I work at a racetrack. I don't carry earplugs or anything, right? Why would I do something like that? Steve Bacon, driving the Willies. Single run, 1062 at 121 miles an hour. Matt Bull. 3 with a 3. All right, look at the 64 Chevy. Every time I see one of these things, I always think of the Love Machine. You know what I'm talking about. You know what the movie is. Bob Lacey out of Dayton, Minnesota, driving the Bel Air. Both of these cars born in 1964. Leaving on red. Oldsmobile trying to catch it. And a smoking bird. The 1962 International Scout. We had 2 of these things in my family when I was a kid, and I ended up working at the dealership that sold them new after they lost their International franchise in '85. International went bankrupt. Now they build big trucks, and they don't build tractors anymore. Not sure what he's got under the hood of the Scout, under the lack of a hood. Eugene driving the Anglia. The Scout takes it down for the win. 982. I remember hanging out with those guys. really good. I had never heard of it before, but it was tasty. And it tasted better the more you drank. Scott Hagerdorn. Greg Grubel driving the Pennsylvania-based class reunion. Both of them. Side by 991. The old 51 Chevrolet Oldsmobile powered, 560 cubic inches of Oldsmobile power in that 51 Chevy. Big money match race between father and daughter. Two of the Brew City Gassers on the starting line. Nick Freund driving that 56 Chevrolet. Watch this guy when he wants. Not quite up on the back wheels as bad that time. Superstition up. 1024 to a 1043. So we got a big money race coming up here. Not quite sure when that's going to be, but it's coming up. Gordy Long. You know where we are? Chevrolet against Chevrolet. They're both red. AFX car. .923 at 141 to a 1260. Between those cars, 1954 against 1964. What a difference in styling just in those 10 years. Scott Martinek gets the win in the Chevelle. 13-15 with a 2 at 103 miles an hour to a 15-23 to 24 with a 3. Buh. Like I said, I hope everybody's having fun. Make sure you stick around. We got big. That is one wicked cut. Think he'll pull a 6 out of it? Might just happen tonight. Might just happen. It's been done before. This is one fast machine. Competition coupe. A body style that you don't see anywhere on dragsters anymore. You could make that body, put it on your front engine dragster, and run in 2 different classes with the same car in the same day. Possibly winning twice as much money. Working his way into the beams. Fully staged. Getting in and 899 at 130 miles an hour. He started to kind of haze towards the left a little bit and got into the marbles a couple of times, tried to steer out of it, but a lot of power. I was talking before about Nitro Neil. Some folks out here may remember that guy. Neil Biscaglia had an old front engine car with a Hemi in it, and he put a coupe body on it like that. Had a lot of fun with it, drove all over the country. And he was a Nitro freak, he still is. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. (1941) Studebaker versus 1940 Ford. Pine City, Wisconsin versus Pine City, Minnesota. I think. It says Wisconsin versus Minnesota. That old pickup truck is quick. 11:47 at 116 miles an hour. You don't expect to see a 1940 Ford pickup going that fast. Man, look at that lime green Duster over there. It's got the rake. Back end's all jacked up. 6-pack scoop on it. Paul Lockwood having some issues here in the right lane. Fast Freddy's side taking a nice slow pass. 12.5 seconds for Quentin in the El Camino. And look at it. There's something you never see anymore. The old Plymouth, the hood ornament lights up. That's a rare thing to see. St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, Tony Arcand. Driving the Chrysler product. I believe that's a Plymouth. Might be a Dodge. Alex Schoonover out of Chippewa Falls. Driving the 1932 Ford. 1177 in the Mopar at 112 miles an hour. I love that hood ornament lightening up. That is so cool. Pontiac's had a light up hood ornament too. Indian head. Those are politically incorrect nowadays, I guess, right? Tony Thompson out of Glenville. (1939) Pontiac Chieftains. Yeah, I was just talking about Pontiacs. There's one right there. Glenville, Minnesota. (12:22) at 109 miles an hour. And, you know, here we go. The Pontiac parade again. This is nice, man. Ed Boersma from Plymouth, Minnesota. 63 Pontiac. Look at this thing. That would be an awesome super stock car right there. Gets up and goes. (13:13) 99 miles an hour. We have a $1,000 match race. This is father and daughter. Who put the money up? Nick Gilbertson put up the cash for $1,000. How about it? Bob Lair driving the 64 Chevrolet. Jamie Anderson driving the 1930 Coupe. So here we go. Family Feud, $1,000 on the line. The money is safely being held by a disinterested third party 2 counties away. Have no fear. They're working their way into the beams. Big money on the line for this one. RPMs are up. Bob Lair gets the win. 1090 at 123 miles an hour in the Fast Freddy lane. Old age and treachery will always prevail over youth and exuberance, right? Maybe not always, but usually works. 00 green light to a 007 red light. All right, 1964. The vehicles, a sedan and a hardtop. Two-door sedan, the little red Dodge, and the Falcon. Bob Schaumburger, 960 to a 983. That was a close race. Think about that, $1,000 on the line for that pair. Nice looking Charger RT. Your next pair. Ford versus Ford. Wow. What's going on with the Fairlane? Ain't no gas in it. It's almost what it looked like. He's not getting fuel. He give it gas and it didn't want to go. The main line, 1363 at 103 miles an hour. Fairlane kind of slowing down. I bet you he ran out of fuel. Or he ran out of something. No, he's powered back up again. Something happened. I don't know if maybe he was losing fuel. Fuel delivery issue. $1965 versus $1955. The 65 Ford from Ellsworth, Wisconsin gets the win, 1362 to a 1523. Remember, if you want to sign up for the burnout contest, you can still do so over by the t-shirt tent. Directly east of the pavilion, the white tent set up over there. That little Willie is so cool. Veronica Stewart driving the Valiant. Both cars considered 1320. Quarter mile dial at 101 miles an hour. 1320 in the Willies to a 1331. This thing is neat. Reminds me, I think it was Gene Schwartz had a car that looked like that. With the goofy looking lettering on the side. The 1950 style line gets the win. 12:11 at 113 miles an hour. There's that old Studebaker. (1962) Studebaker. That thing is neat. The big Chevrolet 61 Bel Air. 1277 at 105. Dave Adams in the Willies versus the Chevrolet 67 Chevy out of Baldwin, Wisconsin. Side by side. Left lane up. Your next pair getting ready to go. Your 1966 Dodge Charger in the left lane. Fast Freddy side, Corey Jorgensen in the 50 Chevrolet. The open. (1352) 94 miles an hour.
Mike Freund taking the, or Mike Freund, if you're speaking German, took the win that last pass. Dale Jacobson now left side in the 4-door 57. Richard Kurtz in the 56 Fairlane, right lane. Both drivers shifting as it was meant to be with the manual transmission. Kurt's going to get there first in his Fort Myers, Florida-based Fairlane. 1184 to 1248. Anybody looking to make a pass? Staging lanes are Bradley Moe, left side, Bob Van Canny. Slow roller in the right lane in that 39 coupe. Moe blasts through 12:52. As it looks like Bob Van Canny is going to make it to the finish line. We'll see if he gets off the track. We hope so. 24:63 at 38 miles an hour. Nothing to write home about. '56 Chev versus '58 Chev. '56 in the right lane is Eric Essie. Essie out of Madison, Wisconsin. Nick Fairchild, '58 Biscayne, left side. Off they go. By 0.09 of a second, Nick Fairchild gets to the finish line first, 10:36 to Eric Essie's 10:56, right side. Tom Moore, left side. Mark Klug, right side. 40 wheelies in the right. 63 Nova in the left. We got a blue parked in the staging lanes. We need it moved. License number PCT Papa Charlie Tango 597. Tom Moore by 0.09 of a second. That last pass, 11:29 to an 11:42. Daryl Nelson, left side. In the 65 Comet, named Tigger. Warren Anderson, right side, in the 55 Chev, named Krankenstein. Swedes Citgo Service sponsoring that car out of McHenry, Illinois. Warren Anderson having trouble getting that car staged. We're We're going to give them another crack at it. See if they can get it staged, keep it staged, get down the track. Off they go. Left side with the starting line advantage, but right lane with the finish line advantage. 10:08 for Warren Anderson, gets there first by almost half a second. Darrell Nelson goes 10:64 in a losing effort. Kevin Last now left side. 66 Barracuda. An extremely large rear window. Hemi under glass vintage car. Dan Lau in the 40 Willys pickup in the right lane. Nice wheelie by the Barracuda. Nice reaction time also. Looks like he's going to get there first, and he does. 10:34 to a 10:49. Kevin Last taking the win. Scavengers Car Club, Rude Stude, left side, out of St. Michael, Minnesota, 53 Studebaker. Chris Lemke in the 62 Falcon Wagon, right lane. Off they go. Lemke on a 10-second pass, 9-second pass. 979. 137 miles an hour. Rude Stude went 1090 at 124. Next pair, left side, Michael Bendel out of Stoddard, Wisconsin. And the 48, I'm going to say, Fanglia. Art Beeler, right side, out of South Beloit, Illinois, in his 64 Chevy 2 with 2 carburetors sticking out of the hood. Fanglia, very ill handling out of the hole, very fast. 922 at 133, letting out. Certainly has 8-second potential if he can get it squared away on the starting line. Art Beeler runs it through, 1288. Quint Palzolt in the 41 Coupe, left side. Tony Arcand, right side, in the 48. Off they go. Tony Arcand getting the best of it. Runs through the lights at 1179, 112 miles an hour. Followed through by Quint. Quint goes 1435 at almost 100 miles an hour. Matt McGee, 65 Catalina, left side. I believe it's 421 power. Paul Lockwood in the 64 Falcon in the right lane. Lockwood with the looks like he's going to hang on. He'll get there first with a 1265 at 109 miles an hour. Catalina goes through at a 1371 at 102 miles an hour. Larry Nelson now, left side, 65 Ford Galaxy. Joe Lindstrom in the 57 Chevy, right side. Larry Nelson out of Ellsworth, Wisconsin in that Ford. Puts it red, but he's out in front. He'll go through with a 1370, about a second ahead of Lindstrom. Lindstrom with a 1447. Don Marty now in that 427 powered 66 Biscayne out of Kasson, Minnesota. How about Kasson, Minnesota? Art Meisenbach in the 66 Fairlane. Left side. Marty getting the best of it in the Biscayne. 1304 at 104. Meisenbach goes 1457 at almost 98 miles an hour. Warren Berger now left side in that 50 style line. Jack Kloge, 41 Willys, Dodge powered in the right lane. Pretty close in reaction time, pretty close going down the track, but the Willys, no. Willys ends up a tenth of a second behind Warren Berger. Warren with a 12:09 at 114 miles an hour takes the win. Dwayne Evanson, left side, in his 63 Nova. Caleb Trowbridge in the 37 Chevy in the right lane. Evanson taking the win there, 12:47 to a 14:22 for Trowbridge in the right lane. Andusetti's battling it out. Kevin Andusetti left side in the 55 Chevy. Garrett Andusetti in the 57 Chevy in the right lane. Garrett gets the better of it on reaction time. Looks like he's going to hold him off. Cannot do it. 1184 gets behind by a tenth of a second as Kevin takes the win going 1168. Charisma Maggio left side in that 64 Olds. Taking on Chad Stewart in the 35 Packard in the right lane. Oldsmobile goes red, but it is the quicker of the two cars. 1065 to an 1159 for Stewart in that right lane. Patrick Lean now out of Elk Mound, 55 Chevy, left side. Jeremy Sell, 65 Rambler, the Machine in the right lane. So anybody wanting to make a pass, you might as well head up to the staging lanes. Come right on. Jeremy Sell making a bid for that $200 prize, 001 on the Christmas tree in that 65 Rambler. Trips the beams at a 1435, gets there first as Lean goes 1511 in that 55 Chev. Dean Marcuson out of Pequot Lakes, Minnesota, 66 Bronco. Off he goes. $14.58 at 88 miles an hour. So we got a few cars in the staging lanes. I think we have some participants possibly for our burnout competition also making their way in. We'll see. Daryl. Classic front engine dragster on the starting line now. Still stupid, the name on the side of it. Off he goes. Clean. Ten 20. very own vintage starter down on the racetrack, John Merrick, Pinky, visiting us, doing a little starting. Starter here for 30-some years, 40, I don't know. Been a long time. Periodically comes out to visit us. Flip the button a few times to make sure he knows how to do it. Great to see you, John. Next pair coming up, Joe Lindstrom, left side in the 57 Chev. Alec Schoonover out of Chippewa Falls. Again, not very far away in the 32 Ford Coupe, right lane. And Lindstrom can't wait for the green light. Let's go early and then stalls the car. Schoonover misses the reaction time, but goes 12:55 at 110 miles an hour. Starter Mark checking on Joe Lindstrom, just making sure he didn't have a stroke or anything. And he didn't. We'll push that car back off the line as he can't get it restarted. Might want to let the young guys do the pushing, Mark, while you're having a cigarette. Dean Trowbridge in that 40. In the 62 Scout. Harry Harvester, the name on the side of that Scout. I would bet money that is not an international harvester under the hood or in the engine compartment. Bigger. Tony Ria. Supercharged. But we was So Rhea goes 707. It was a little tighter while that was going on. Bob Lacey now, right? 64 Bel Air. And let's get some racing going on. Caleb. Right side. Off they go. Great reaction. But that one, forget the name, but somebody went double at 107 miles an hour for the T-Bird, 1380 at 100 miles an hour for the 37 Chev. Kevin. Just to let everybody know. Done the best. We still have guys. In Gordon. 62. $409. Off he goes. Gonna get there first. runs it through with a 9:24 at 141 miles an hour. That's plenty fast. Rude Stute goes through at a 10:50, 125 miles an hour.
I do want to make an announcement. We want to make sure that everything is okay as far as, the curfew and all that stuff. So the band will be taking the stage at about 7:30-ish. And they are ready to rock and roll already tonight. They were just up here in the tower checking out the racing. And they're getting amped up for getting underway for their show. We got a burnout contest that's just about, going to be getting underway here in a minute. 10 minutes or so. If you're in the burnout contest. I'm not sure how many entries we have. I'm sure, Joe, I don't know if you know, but what we have for entries for the burnout contest yet. But I know the way we've done it in the past is we've done it through audience participation, and I don't know if we'll be able to do that from up here, but we're going to try. We'll figure it out. Oh, man. If you haven't done so, you got to try food from the Pit Stop Grill, all right? I'm going to do shameless promotion for the food stand because it is so tasty. Day number 2, and the chicken strips are awesome. They're not strips. They're slabs. They're chicken slabs, and they're really tasty. Red light start out of both cars. The Pennsylvania-based machine going to get there first. Then the scoreboards, there they go. 920 to a 983. It took a while for the Fast Freddy board to light up. That happens sometimes. There's a couple guys that should be in the burnout contest. Paul Lawrence and Mark Davis. I don't know, is it open to anybody? I think we can put our cars in there, can't we?
For $1,000, I was thinking about getting the cat.
Yeah, I'll put my truck in there. I mean, I got a pair of used tires in the in the back of it. It'd be a pain in the butt to change them, but you know. Oh, man. Thank you all for sticking around so late. Don't forget, we got live music. We got a burnout contest. We got something going on here in the right lane. All right, he's good to go. Bruce City Gassers side by side. Corvette against 55 Chevrolet. The King Rat. Working his way into the beams ever so slowly. But to a 961 for Mr. Davis, Mark Davis. A huge thank you to everybody for hanging out today. Especially with the weather that we had. There's the dragster from Canada. Dragster from Canada here in Fast Freddy's lane. Think it might be a single run. Early Hemi Power. Hillborn injection. Argyle, Canada. All right, the Dragster. Fast machine, getting ready to go. Up on the bar at the the Oldsmobile Charisma driving that car. If you're going to get into the burnout contest, we got a few minutes yet before that starts. I'm guessing we want to get the burnout contest participants into the staging lanes. If you're not there, single. Leaving on red. I'm not sure when the cutoff. So the cutoff will probably be at like 2 o'clock or so 1 o'clock, something like that. Yes, hang on to your time slips. Hang on to all your time slips. Don't let them blow. Tony Arcand out of St. Croix Falls driving that old 48 Dodge Chrysler Plymouth 1171 at 112 miles an hour. We're getting close. And like I said, the band will be starting at about 7:30. The Rockin' Hepcats on the Dodge Center, Minnesota. If you missed them last night, man, they put on a hell of a show, and they're getting raring to go again. So stick around for that. And I believe they've already agreed that they're going to come back next year for the 10th annual Fallout Drags. This event has been happening for 9 years this year, and it's all because of you folks. All because of you folks and Rock Falls Raceway. Without your help and the help of all of our sponsors, we would not be able to do this. So a huge thank you to everybody who came together to make this happen. C-Tech Manufacturing, Rock Falls Raceway, the Timekeepers Drag Race Club, Gopher State Timing Association, National Fleet Graphics, the National Impala Parts, Jody Anderson, Greg's Speed Shop, Stanke Motorsports, and Roger Stanke, he's here today. Victory Driveline Components, Denny Mothershed, he is also here today. Towel City Tire, Raider Racing Wheels, Wizards Products, Patterson Engines, we're missing. Yep. For second place. Yep. So you could possibly just saying. So if anybody
about how much smoke you make, it's about how good of a show you put on.
That is correct. That is correct. You don't have to, if you look good, do it. If you're a tire shredder, maybe you got a little spree scooter that's really good at smoking tires. Get it. If you want to enter the contest, head over to the little white tent right next to the pavilion. All right? Doesn't cost anything to enter, but you could go home with $500 or $1,000. I would put my truck in the burnout contest, but knowing me, it would break and I wouldn't be able to make it home because that's how my junk is. So, we're getting close. We are getting close to the burnout contest. I see some cars in the lanes. If you want to get into it, you still got a second or two. I see a dragster coming around the bend. I hope that car is getting into the burnout contest. I really do. He's been in it before as well. $500 to the runner-up, $1,000 to the winner. We got more cars going up. Staging lanes. I want to send a shout out to everybody for sticking around today. Hopefully you got to visit the Fallout merchandise tables earlier today. I know they had they still had some merchandise left, but I'm sure it's been sold out. I'll get the skinny on that later, but hopefully you got to get yourself an event shirt, something to commemorate your day here at Rock Falls Raceway. All right, the lawn dart going up against the Rude Stude. I wonder how many laps that Studebaker's had today. there's a way to find out how many laps each racer has. And some guys have set records for the amount of passes they've taken in a day. Studebaker's been going rounds. Bradley Muller out of White Bear Lake. 10:67 to a 12:45 for the lawn dart. Three of my favorite names for race cars are here today. The lawn dart, Still Stupid, and the weekend stripper. And I remember a Chevy Nova that used to run at the Meltdown Drags. It was called the Deuce Bag. That was the name of the car. And if you mispronounced it, you got in trouble. So we got about 10 minutes. 10 minutes to go before the burnout contest. And I believe it's going to be audience participation. So, if you want to get into the burnout contest, you still got a few minutes. Bring your car to the staging lanes. Lane 7, lane 8. Lane 8. No. I see. We got 4 cars. I saw a Dragster down there. I don't know if he's running or if he's part of the burnout contest. He is in the burnout contest. Oh. He's going to be running last. All right. Yes, and Dragster is going to be in the burn. My favorite cars, too. That big, beautiful, full-bodied, Hemi-powered machine. So, don't go anywhere. Don't. And besides the burnout contest, you got a little bit of time, and the band will be playing. The band will be playing at about 7:30-ish. So stick around for that, too. They're going to be playing over here on the pit side, over by the pavilion. It's worth checking out, man. Trust me, it is worth checking out. These guys rock. The Rockin' Hepcats from Minnesota. We see another car in the staging lanes, that Coronet. I don't know if he's part of the burnout contest. Hopefully he is. Yes, I don't know. Yes, think about that. $500 to runner up, $1,000 to win. That's a super deal. Thank you to Fast Freddy's for throwing the $500 in. And thank you to C-Tech, Rock Falls Raceway, for throwing in the Honda 1000. Five more minutes. A lot of improvements throughout the years. Yeah. It's a fun place. We still got a couple minutes left to go. A couple minutes left to go before we bring out the... Not about hippies doing other things with smoking. All right? We don't do that stuff. This is a drag strip. And if you are deciding to head out, we'll see a few people on their way out. We thank you profusely for spending your day here at Rock Falls Raceway today. We appreciate your patronage. Make sure you come back. There's more stuff going on yet. We have another day of racing tomorrow. So like I said, if you want to come back, we still got a couple more weekends left of drag racing here at Rock Falls Raceway. But we have another day tomorrow. We have a full day of drag racing tomorrow. And we thank everybody that's been racing and participating throughout the weekend so far. Uh-oh. I think it's time. It's not. Okay, it's not time. It's almost. It is almost time. We're going to start pulling the. We got our contestants in the staging lanes. We're getting ready to go. $7:30. The Rockin' Hepcats will be taking the stage. And we still got a whole lot of butts in the seats. We got a whole lot of people hanging out yet. Thank you all for hanging out so late today. It's been a long day of racing. It's been kind of a short day of racing, but it's been a long day today. But we appreciate you folks sticking around during the rain. There were more people coming in during the rain than I've ever seen anywhere in my life. So we appreciate y'all sticking around and hanging out. Man, look at that old cruiser heading out. Continental kit on the back of that thing. Dude, that's awesome. So our participants are getting ready to go. It's the Spaceballs spaceship without the wings. One of those GMC motorhomes. Those things were so cool. Just the neatest looking things right there. Look at that thing. Big black Chevrolet power. We're getting them ready, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting the vehicles and the participants ready for the burnout contest. Everybody is on the edge of their seats with anticipation. As we are in the tower, we are on the edge of our seats. All right. The burnout. Our first. We're going to have to do this. So our first participant. There you go. Steve Eric. That is insane, man. That car just did not move.
What was the name?
All right. David. Let's see what happens, folks. The F100. Look at the piles of rubber. That's almost enough rubber to make a tire. You can package that stuff up and sell it. Buy some souvenir rubber from our burnout contest. $5 a package. Oh man! Well, the smoke's cleared enough. They got to get all that stuff out of the water box there. That was insane. Now we got more cars coming yet. We still got more participants, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget about that. Don't forget.
That was. It's the last person in the burnout contest that wins, but we'll see what happens here. That was amazing, Steve Erickson. Great, great burnout. One of the best I've ever seen, even at this contest.
Remember, it's audience participation, folks. All right? You got to cheer for your favorite guy. And it impressed Joe, so that's pretty amazing right there. I'll tell you what. Dave Bowden, Minnesota. Here you go. Look at him. I'll tell you. Wow. Oh. What do you think, man?
That was ridiculous. I thought that was something else and could not be matched, and this was every bit as good. The only detraction is he puked all over the burnout contest in that lane for the next car. Or I should say in two cars. We're going to switch over to the right lane for the next burnout, but man, oh man. If it were me, I would just turn around. I'd be done.
Right here, you can have my keys. I'm done.
I would give up. I got nothing invested.
Oh man,
$1,000 runner up. Amazing. First 2 burnouts, amazing.
So it looks like he kind of repainted the water box sideline there a little bit, but you only got a couple more weeks of racing left. But how cool was that? How cool was that?
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Now, see, the thing is if you're second in line and you get switched back to that left lane, now if you creep out, you have a bunch more water to work with.
Right.
So there's strategy involved in this.
Yeah.
Not just burn them out as long as you can type of deal.
And
although the first 2 guys, that's what they were doing.
And it looks it's not easy to do that, but it's really cool. It looks awesome.
That's what helps win. I mean, style points count too, not just the volume of tire smoke.
Yes. Got to look good doing it. So they're cleaning up a little bit of stuff. Remember, we're still not done yet. We got live music coming at you. Live music coming at you after everything's done. But our next car is coming out.
I mean, they get the audio. The smoke's blowing the wrong way for the lighting.
All right, our next vehicle is coming. I believe it's is it Brian? Brian Fortier, I think. All right, it's the Mordor Chevrolet. I called him 48 once, and he yelled at me.
Well, that's because he's not mechanical.
Yeah, South Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is a street-driven vehicle.
Not his first time.
Yes, not his first time in the burnout contest. Brian Fortier. Getting ready. I hear some cheering out there.
It's getting hard. What this is all about.
Yeah, you're listening on the live feed. You're wondering, what the hell is this guy screaming about? Well, that's what we're screaming about, is the burnout contest. Oh, man.
Fantastic.
All right, your next participant is Chad Stewart out of Minocqua. This is the Packard, the 1935 Packard. This thing is cool. So let's see what happens here. Small block Chevrolet powered Packard. Into the water box he goes. RPMs come up and he's starting to pull it up. Well, you know, that's all right. You know, you wanted to keep it moving.
Of the 4 cars we've had do burnouts, I would not put him in the lead. Hey, I just got to call it the way I see it.
Call it the way you see it. Yes, look at this. The Studebaker's coming out.
I mean, this is a contest. There's going to be a winner and a runner-up, and then disappointment after that.
It is the 62 Studebaker. Dale
Solom, I'm going to go with.
Dale Solom, yes, out of Duluth. Dale from Duluth.
His last pass, I saw him trying to execute the burnout a little bit more like a contest. I'm not sure if this is going to get it done, but hey, you know, again, A for effort with this car. It's ridiculous.
And this is the most. Let's see. Whoa!
If he really wants to, he'll back up.
I was thinking he was gonna.
There he goes.
Do a mulligan with it, but how about that?
You still see the tracks from Brian out to the 330 foot. That's something right there.
That's impressive. What do we got? I think we got the Dragster left. The Dragster is the last one. Matt Sletton out of Princeton, Minnesota. The Dragster's coming out.
You got all the names. I can't remember the first guy. Steve Erickson. Bowden. Brian. I don't know. Brian 40-er. Well, those three are definitely going to get
All right.
We all know where that is, on the way to Lake Mille Lacs.
I don't know where that is.
Well, us Minnesotans know.
Well, you do, yeah. All I know is where the breweries are in Milwaukee. How's that?
Yeah.
Listen to this thing run. Hemi Power supercharged. He's had this car in the burnout contest before. I don't know, man. That's like style points right away. It's a full-bodied front-engine dragster.
He's got that going for him right off the bat.
You pick up the front end and just move it over. And the cool thing is this car's even got reverse. Think about that.
Easy, easy. There we go.
All right, he's making sure he wants to get lined up in the sweet spot.
He may start his burnout right there. How do we know? I'd wait till I get to the water.
Right.
Pound the brakes and then let it rip.
Oh, he's still... All right. So
We're going to have to go through the names. We'll take them in order, and whoever cheers the loudest.
So we need radio participation from staff.
All right. Maybe they had crowd participation as the burnouts happened. So
right.
we are done. We're done with our festivities for the evening. The Rockin' Hep Cats going to be playing 7:30 tonight, and they're going to end before the cops come, so no one will get arrested.
It's not a party until someone
they're
gets
going
arrested.
through the winners of the. They're tabulating the burnouts. They're discussing them. Who's first? Who's second? And then there'll be 4 disappointed people. I'm glad I don't have to make that decision.
Live vicariously through YouTube and watch the racing tomorrow from wherever you're at. There will be another car show tomorrow. Swap meet will still be open tomorrow as well. It's basically a whole nother day of racing. And we hope you folks will come on back tomorrow and have some more fun. The 9th annual Fallout Drags here at Rock Falls Raceway. We are winding down. The party's not over, but the racing is finished. So stick around for the band. Live music will be getting underway. The Rockin' Hepcats. I want to thank all of you folks for sticking around. My name is Mark Dietrich. I love what I do here, and I feel so honored to be a part of this event. My home track is 4 hours away from here. But I get to do this, and I love it. So thank you all for letting me be a part of this as well. And I am signing off until tomorrow. We will see you then.
So on the starting line now, doing a big burnout. We have a mini bike challenge, Trowbridge family, square. You see them on the starting line right now. I don't know how far they're racing. 330 foot, okay. Tree comes down. Oh! Over. O-V-E-R. Yeah, I don't see a wind light. I'm going. Yeah. Oh. See, now, and in the right lane, you're disqualified. You cross the center line. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Once we get things tabulated and we have winners, I'll announce those to everyone, and that's still here. And we got one more day. We're going to do this all over again tomorrow. The Trowbridges, no, left side, 041 red, right side, 334 green. Green is your winner. First place. I don't know if she ran.
No, we didn't.
Yeah.
Run
No, that's fine. That's
It
fine.
cleared out.
That's fine.
So that's why I need the front because I didn't actually run. So.
Winners. First place finisher was the pickup truck. I believe that was Bowden. And our second place winner is Brian Fortier in the 62 Impala, 61 Impala. That's first and second place, $1,000, $500. So pickup truck, the F100 was our winner, and the 61 Bel Air, driven by Brian Fortier, was our runner-up. I think it was David Bowden. or Bowden, I'm sorry, David Bowden in the 64 F100 was our winner. Thank you all to finish day 2 here at the 9th annual